I think we're good now. Name it, I'm fixing it like a... Or breaking it. One or the other. How was the movie? The movie was awful. It makes me feel old. Like I barely understood it. I barely understood what the hell was going on. It was yeah, it was just weird. They had a lot of focus on these characters that didn't really seem to actually pertain to the movie at all. I don't know. Weird. You didn't like it either. Oh, you watched it too? Yeah, not a big fan. Oh, you did actually end up watching it as well. Not your cup of tea. Just the upgrade for the PAL. We're even in this one. Still chasing after that treasure from this big adventure. Edie didn't like it either. No, neither of us really liked it. We laughed about it though. Apparently, like, it's quite well reviewed. Yeah, not our thing. Not today. Sorry you didn't enjoy it, Bellico. Oh. I have to farm out some cherry clouds. And then farm the boss. That's basically our thing today. Hi Mythic Foot, how are you? Yeah, not too bad, thank you. No chat on the screen, okay. I will see if I can fix that. That might be working now. You never really can tell. Yeah, not bad, thanks. Just getting on. Getting on and getting on. I felt the same way when we went to watch, it's a while ago now, Nosferatu. Like, it was quite well acclaimed and people were like, wow, look at this cinematography. Showing vampires in a new way, and it's like, kind of shit. Like, maybe if it's the only piece of vampire media that you've consumed since Twilight. A couple of years ago, 2024 maybe 2025, not sure. No, 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 not the old one. The remake. Got a very cinematographized remake. Full of flashy visuals and artistic cuts and things. I just really missed the mark for me. Yeah, the back room's like wasn't even really. I mean, I didn't fall asleep during it, so I guess it's a plus. But it definitely wasn't scary or thrilling or fun. Watch the movie to check it out before I show my children. It's called Red One. No, I've never seen it, I'm afraid. I don't really get much of a chance to watch anything nowadays. This would be the first. Backrooms is the first piece of media that I've actually really consumed in the last like 5 months. What's it about? Santa's Secret Service. That's fun. Yeah, sure. One thing I can be sure about the Maserati movie is that PM sleeper agents spanned Sancho's picture underneath. If you say so, Bellico. It's worth a watch. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have time to watch anything. But if I did, I would give it a try. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Maybe it's suitable for the kids. Hi, Kira. What's up? I guess we'll farm out like, I don't know, 1,000 tokens. Too early. Whoops. Hey, Brim. How are you? I don't want to farm this event too much. Gina, we got a story to get back to. Yeah, how are you guys? What are you up to today? How World 1.0? That's soon, right? Oh, it's next month. Okay. For some reason I thought Power World was this month. It's not something I really keep up to date with, but I've heard it mentioned a few times. Grinding Marvel Rivals. Who'd you play, Akira? Hello, Quantum. I'm alright, thank you. How are you, darling? Other than early. We're all premature from time to time, mate. Don't worry about it. Great day with Edie. Yeah, it was nice. The food was really good. It's a place that we kind of already knew was going to be really good, so we were pretty safe on that respect. Movie was meh, but we had fun anyway. The movie was so shit. We went to see Backrooms. Liminal spaces is like one of the things that Edie's quite passionate about, because she obviously is doing like monsters in her PhD. But yeah, it was shit. No, it was awful. I apparently, like, some people online really like it. But from my experience, it was absolutely shocking. It was terrible. Like, it had these really pointless characters in it that really didn't lend anything to the story. And while it did some things alright, it just wasn't very entertaining. It wasn't, like, scary. It wasn't thrilling. The best part of the movie is, like, the opening 5 minutes. I don't know if that's true, Bellico. But then I haven't watched a load of it. I understood the whole movie. Like, I did not understand something that was going on. I understood everything that was going on. There are a couple of moments in the movie where they don't explain what's happening, and it was fine. Like, it's pretty easy to work out what's going on in your head. It's not that I didn't understand what was going on. It's just, what shit. But they were decent with some of the horror elements. Like, there aren't too many like jump scares or things just like magically appearing in front of people. It's all set up quite well in that respect. But at the same time, there's just a lot of stuff in the movie that doesn't lend itself to the best bit of the movie, which is the back rooms, like the spook of the back rooms. It's a lot of like going back and forth and pointless characterization over characters who could really be anyone, and it wouldn't really make any difference to the movie. Seems like they made characters to fit the movie rather than trying to design the movie around the characters, and because of that they lost the point of having the characters in the first place. Like, they just felt meaningless. There's no attachment to them. I would have preferred it if they just stuck with the format of like people getting lost in the back rooms, like people going in there to explore and getting lost in the back rooms, and just doing like a Blair Witch Project kind of thing. It all felt really disjointed to me. Never watched them, so maybe have the same tropes. Not really anything crazy. No, it was fairly different in that respect. It was it felt like a little tiny bit like The Shining, although I guess you guys are so young, you might not know what The Shining is. You might have never seen it. Don't explain anything. Yeah, I mean, the movie had to explain stuff because it's a Hollywood movie. I just don't think it translates very well to a Hollywood movie. That's basically it. because it means that they have to have a storyline and they have to have characters in it, and they just didn't do it very well. In fact, I don't really know how you do it well. The opening sequence of the movie is some guy who's lost in there, who's got separated from his team, who's panicking, and that's the best bit of the movie. Because it's just this nameless person, you don't have any kind of setup, and it's just like the pure kind of like adrenaline of there's something there. And yeah, it all goes downhill for me the second that you get out of that and they start like introducing the characters for the movie. It's okay. We had a good laugh about it. Yeah, that's right. That's basically the format of the first 5 minutes of the movie, and that for me is what works best for the movie. There's probably a reason why the Backrooms videos have exactly the same format, you know? You start trying to make it too deep, then it actually kind of takes away from the sheer thrill and horror of it. Hit it too hard. Oops. Oops. Did you check the walls in your basement? I don't have a basement. Not to my knowledge, at least. If I find one, I'll let you know. What do you think I am? Who do you think I am, Bellico? You think I'm living in some sort of mansion here? 2 stories. Pokey rooms. Should I skip the skies blue? Let's get the dagger of Bahamut. That's totally up to you. I think the sky is blue is one of the most formulative stories the game tells. So it's quite integral to the game's storyline. But at the same time, I don't think it's actually a particularly good story. It's alright. So, to each their own. Hello, Orcapite. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm so stunning to look at. Well, it isn't particularly just about not liking Sandalphon, it's just that the stories just aren't that good. But I also don't like Sandalphon, it's true. So you don't even have time to play the gachas that you're playing, so you should probably skip everything. Probably skip literally everything. Can't be spending... I mean, like, if you're going to read what makes the sky blue, it's probably going to take you, like, 6 hours. So, that's It's not 6 hours you have, mate. Sure. True. How are you, Mizako? T-Corp Executive Quantum over here. Not from the latest heat wave, yeah, I bet. Just be cool. Lol. Really mark the thing to see how many I've got. Had any brain, I would have done that already. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Hello, Akiben. Hey, Breadstick. Hey, guys. How was yesterday? Yeah, it was. We had a nice meal. The movie was kind of shit, but didn't really matter. It's nice spending time with Edie. Yeah, I imagine Bellico has his own issues for loading times in this game. What mood? What do you mean? Sorry, Brett. You went to the same restaurant? We went to the Persian restaurant. Yeah, it was nice. Really nice atmosphere, great friendly staff in there. Good service. Mood, the movie? Maybe you heard me say movie? Redstick? The movie was kind of shit. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry. I don't think I said the word mood, though. Day-Date rerun was last year anniversary. Oh, really? No, it's all good. Don't worry, Breadstick. It's not a big deal. I heard someone call my full legal name in your sleep. That sounds more like hallucinations than poor hearing, Breadstick. I'd be concerned. These have such a weird drop chance. Just drop a really random amount. Maybe I've just never taken notice that they're so random before. Just drop between like 1 and 5 a kill. Yeah, I was quite disappointed, Mazako, by the fact that they didn't rerun the stamp book. So I had to buy it from the shop. After farming a bunch of malice fragments. Ugh. But it figures, because they usually get rid of the secondary parts of the events and replace them with a boxing event. So it makes sense. Follows their pattern. You probably farmed more like M2 stuff, I would guess. Yeah, indeed, Mizaki. I know you get some fragments from killing the dragons. Now, Lady of Disco Elysium, enjoy, man. That's, if you like story-based games, that is one of the best experiences you're going to have. In gaming, I would say. Still rocking those 245s. It is a wonderful experience. If you like story-based games, just don't expect any actual like gameplay, you know. It's very much like the old point-and-click adventures. Has an incredible world, really intriguing characters, a lot of text, but in the extended, what's it called? Extended cut? Is that what it's called? I don't know. It's all voice, which is wonderful. So to play ZZZ 2 days later? No. But I'll give it a try anyway. Yeah, 17th. Right? 16th? 17th? Can't remember. 17th, I think. It's a Wednesday. Zzz is more like zzz. Yeah, it'll be fun as a reference point, I think. Probably not very quantum. I'll get disgusted by something or other. Yeah, the Steam release. Nah, there isn't anything quite like Disco Elysium out there. There probably never will be. It's an actual once in a lifetime game. I think no matter how hard they try to recreate that, the various different splintered studios, they're not actually going to get anywhere near. Every single one that's come out has really fallen short, very far short as well. I think it's just not something that's reproducible. Even if the exact same team works on a new game, I still don't think they could remake it. They can make a new one. Yeah, I'm going to be off put by something. I don't mind. I'm obviously not particularly big on fan service as it is, but I don't mind most stuff. it's when we start getting into the realms of very, very young looking characters being sexualized that I'll I just won't want it on my screen. So, we'll see. Disco, yeah. I can't actually praise it enough, and I don't want to say too much about it because I feel like it's potentially spoiling the game. And I would not do that to anyone. That is not a game that you spoil for people, holy moly. That's criminal activity. Let's get up to like 1,000 here. That might even be too many, to be honest. I didn't want to spend a particularly huge amount of time farming this one. We still have story that we need to burn through. And 18th, is it? Is the start of fire bonus drops. We're already going to be really pushed on time. One sitting session game, no way. Maybe if you knew the exact route and skipped everything external, if you want to explore the whole of the game, it'll probably take you, a good, better part of a week. If you just want to wander around, I mean, especially if you're not following a guide or anything, you might even get stuck in some places and be, wandering back and forth. There are generally multiple ways to solve each issue, and there are a lot of different kind of paths you can take in that game, based on how good your stats are and whether you get lucky or not on your dice rolls. It is also potentially something that you could play multiple times for very different experiences. But of course the second playthrough is never going to be as good as the first. I would absolutely recommend going into it completely blind and not following any sort of guide and just stumbling around. It's very fitting given the main character, and the game is, at least for me, it was extremely fun that way. That is a game that you want to draw out. You don't really want to cut short. Which I don't know if I can say about a lot of games these days. Yeah, good. I wouldn't. There's no, like, at the start of the game you're going to get given stats and you're going to get to pick your stats, and you might think to yourself, oh, I need to make sure, from a game player mindset, like I need to make sure that my stats are what, like the best stats or whatever, but that is absolutely not the case. Sometimes you even get punished in that game for your stats being too high. You just get a very different experience based on the stats that you pick. There are a lot of dialogue options in that game and various other things. So just pick the kind of character you'd like to play as, really. Again, I'm trying to be very vague because I really don't want to spoil anything in that game. I was kind of hoping to have the time to get TN up to 120, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Too many other things to do before the Guild War. Then of course fire will take a massive backseat until the next time we need it. Which will be either, I don't know, fire actually related content or farming for wind. I have to start focusing on the shitty light and dark. Ugh. Hate light and dark. Light. People seem to be betting on it being light. So we'll need both light and dark either way, really. Since we'll need dark to farm light or light to farm dark. For the exos and whatever else. So I can't really not have my dark and light built anymore. To figure it out. Combo with fire, not really, no. Probably the exit, yeah, the exit's gonna be brutal. But it's a little way out at least. Be able to get like M3 grids by then, I would hope. Well, focus on the present. I still have to farm my M3 for fire. Yeah, that's next week's problem. Just need canes, I think. 6 canes. But that could take a very long time. Oops. Did you hear about the return stream? What return stream? Oh, Lucari, are you fucking joking? That's fucking disgusting, dude. The guy should be in prison. He was live to fuck me, man. No justice in the world. It's not really that crazy. It's only a matter of time. That's how the world works, isn't it? Have money, make things go away, do what you want. Gross. Let's hope not. I think Marsh is the wrong demographic for him anyway. I'm not really shocked by his return, but I am still shocked that Twitch unbanned him so quickly. Seems like the sort of content they want to keep off their site. Hey, who am I to say? Who am I to say? Thanks, Rallyoinen. Rallyoinen. Damn, too many vowels. You have to correct me. Rallyoinen? Rallyoinen? Sorry. Well, there's no chat. Let's see. If we're gonna be very specific. Sure is. Everyone is welcome, as always. Must have been the ZZZ, yeah. Gotta be that. It will potentially be the longest I've played a Hey-Yo game for. Wednesday. My record right now is an hour on Honkai Star Rail, roughly. See if it can break that. Five sub at bronze. If it's a weapon, then absolutely not. If it's an off piece, maybe. Depends on the off piece. Depends on the stats. You think I'll like ZZZ? Okay. Large bronze shield, probably not. Probably not very useful. For the average player. I wouldn't say a large bronze shield is particularly good anywhere, because you're really going to want to be using two-handers. And by the time that you might be in a position where you don't want to use two-handers, you're probably going to have better than a large bronze shield, I would imagine. In my Mongil, the games are pretty similar. So I didn't mind Mongil, specifically because the story, the characters were very interesting at the start, and the story was actually quite good the first chapter and a half. There was also a lack of fan service, and the storytelling was funny. Not because of the combat. Knight class the most, I see. Yeah, I would use a two-hander on a knight as well, personally. Land a 5k hit with mace, 1 round of prep. Nice. Oh yeah. Shouted you out as awesome. He's still using sword and shield in Abyss 4 against Godfrey 4-4. I mean, I was still using sword and shield against Godfrey, but I wish I wasn't. Take it from someone who used sword and shield through the whole of Abyss 4. You don't want a fucking sword and shield. I had Cuisinards as well. Similar story-wise. Oh, we'll see. I'm pretty sure you're going to be a nameless MC. So, instantly not. Zenless Zone 0. Yeah, change when you get to Abyss 4. I see. On Wednesday, Narcos. Probably not for very long. I don't think there'll be time for Grand Season. Is the Steam release of Zenless Zone 0 on Wednesday. See any reason? Makes me laugh that Prim really thinks that I'm gonna like CCC. What's to enjoy her birthday? So her birthday was actually earlier in the week, but she did have a good night. Yeah, Narcos. She said, thanks for all the warm wishes. I'm paraphrasing. She would be much more northern about it. I guess sober him, yeah. Why wouldn't I enjoy it? Oh, yeah, yeah. Every aspect is exactly what I'm looking for from a game. I just like to try out things when they launch or relaunch so that I can be like, hey, I don't like this, this is why. Or I thought this was alright. Third announced from Daily Pool. Congrats or commiserations? I don't know which. An easy freezy 50 thread. Oh, we're burning through these pretty quickly. I realised from the little robot companion thing that we unlocked from the anniversary event that all of the Old Lang Synes are also Divine Generals. So I think we probably have about like 10 Divine General side stories left out of the about 15 to 20 that we have left. Looking forward to that. It's got voice acting, it's got non-human characters, it's got storylines that feign depth and emotion. It's got character building, you can freestyle if you like, but there's a clear-cut mess. Are you being serious? Not that's good, Mizako. That is good at least. Yeah, the event we just had is one of the worst that I've seen. It's like right down there. It's so like convoluted and bloated for me. It's it's like beyond unreadable. I don't get. There's no focus on like any of the characters. It's just there's just nothing. It's just draws. Yeah, I would have rather read School MSQ than that. I don't know if I would have rather read the Idol story, but it's down there. Yeah, you're telling me, Berserker. some real heavy baggage, I think. Which of those things that I listed do you think this game doesn't have? I mean, it probably has voice acting. It does have non-human characters, but they're not the non-human characters that I'm looking for, I feel like. It's got storylines that feign depth and emotion. The problem is, I like depth and emotion. I don't like feigned depth and emotion. It's got character building that you can freestyle if you like. Character building that you can freestyle. I don't understand that part, really. And there's a clear-cut meta. But there's a clear-cut meta. I don't like that style of combat or gameplay. So I don't know the exact system, but I very much doubt I'll like it. That aspect of it. I went through 4 chapters and I still didn't get a sense of any of the generals. Because none of the characters more had 3 sentences in a row. Yeah, it's awful. For me, that kind of storytelling is the absolute worst. Where you just, in lieu of any kind of actual development or character growth, you just chuck as many characters into a melting pot as possible and then have them pop up randomly saying like, hey, I'm so bizarre and quirky. Ha 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 ha. Stuff of nightmares for me. That is a downside for me, Mizake, because that reflects very poorly on their previous stuff. That only fills me with dread with the idea of seeing the older stuff. But I assume the older stuff will be much more contained, like it will have like much fewer characters. Well, fewer characters. So hopefully might be able to like understand what is going on. Shit talking ZZZ? No, I wasn't really shit talking it, Capital. I was just saying that I'm going to play it on Wednesday on the Steam release. I said I probably won't like it, but for him and Narkai seem to think that I will like it. Caesar's alright. The strongest side stories in this game for me are the ones that are extremely focused on just a handful of characters. Yearly and usually focus on that kind of year zodiac and whatnot. Yep. I really doubt I'm gonna like any of those Old Lang Syne events, but I'll give them a try. I think as I was talking with Umi yesterday, I think the Divine Generals are just a bit too goofy for me. it's a weird one for me because like they played this very pivotal part in the war, which is this very serious thing, like the Divine Generals, but the actual Divine Generals just goofy as all fuck. It doesn't sit very well with me. I don't like that. It causes a lot of dissonance for me. So ZZZ is the best. Yeah, I've been told that, Capital. I look forward to giving it a go anyway. Just try it out. It's always nice to have a reference. Yeah, maybe, Brim. Hey, by me! How have you been, man? Limbus Company starts to remind me of ZZ community. The whole subreddit is full of Guna. Yeah, man, it's like it's just gacha players in general. I've told you guys before about the Reverse 99, Reddit, Discord community, just community in general. Like, Western gacha players are actually the fucking scum of society. They can make anything weird, absolutely anything weird. Bunch of fucking creeps. Haven't really engaged with Divine Generals because it was insta cringe and insta skip. Just seems like a form of cute chaos and cute thing. Yeah, as I talked with Umi about yesterday as well, I think it's very much a lost in translation thing, not only in terms of the text itself, but also culturally. I just don't think it's something that appeals to me at all. The same sort of thing as the idol culture stuff. Just not it for me. Yeah, I figured. No, guys. That's why I asked if are you being serious. But you double down on it. And it's hard to read in text. Yeah, maybe so, sir. Maybe so. Old school RuneScape event going on in the past week. Oh, damn! I hope you've been having a good time with it. That's very kind of you, Narcos. Thank you so much. Very, very generous. Thank you. It just reminded me, at the end of stream yesterday, Alex and Boone gave out some subs. And, like, my OBS was all fucky. I didn't realise until after I came back from date night with Edie. I looked at the emote we unlocked. I don't think I can remember the name. It's like this really weird, this hype train emote. It's this really, really weird, like kind of furry emote. I don't even know how we would look at it. I don't know anything about Twitch. It's so strange. Alex might be able to remember it. He like said it in the chat. He like typed the emote in the chat. I was like, the fuck? Full of Gyeong Yup fan art and comments about Hakim was fucking both her and Eng. Yep. That does check out. Yeah, like, Western gacha communities are fucking disgusting, man. And I don't know. I just genuinely don't know. It's like they just want to be the dregs of society, I guess. They just see it as this like open space to talk about like gooning to shit. Sometimes illegal shit, you know? Or like definitely grey area shit. PvP event, plenty of fun and drama. Oh, cool. It's all good. Could you repeat that? I don't know which bit you want me to repeat. Sorry, not. How are you, sir? Kick chat is gone. Yeah, it's not on screen. Hold on. I can still see it. I can try to fix it, but Kick is the most fiddly of these. Their API is really shit, so it fails quite often. So you may have to deal with not being on screen, Kick. Luck, sorry. Yeah, not too bad, thank you. There we go. I think you should be back on screen now. Not luck. I still can't believe Kick are going to start running ads on their site. It's like the one draw of their site. People do not realize that they are in public places when they spread their filth. Yeah, I know. Well, they just don't care. Like, even worse, they just don't care, right? Doesn't give a shit. And it takes over the spaces because there are so many like-minded people, it seems, in those spaces that people are like, oh, that guy's fucking gooning over a 14-year-old. I guess that's okay for me too. Like, no, it's fucking not. But like, those places breed that kind of mentality. It's fucked up. So yeah, gacha bad, as per usual. Let's normalize it. Especially bad in some spaces, like Blue Archive spaces. From what I've seen, the ZZZ spaces are pretty fucking bad for that too. And even in gachas that just have like no sexualization in their game, outside of the odd like sort of pseudo sexy character, you get these crazy people, and often it's like even worse because people are like actually using their imaginations with it, rather than just being like, look, she's got her tits out. They're like, oh, imagine X and Y doing Z. It's like, ugh. Probably for the best for him. What's things about Americans in general when it comes to culture? For all the energy spent selling sex, our country is still pretty prudish, all in told. Yep, it's the same here as well. I think it's the same in a lot of Western countries. We have sex everywhere, and yet it's still taboo to talk about sex. And to talk about, you know, your proclivities, and even be open with your partner, you know, about sex. It's really weird. It's still really, really weird mentality. Like, you can live with, you can be married to someone for your whole life, and like never talk to them about sex. Even if you are having sex, you still don't talk about sex. It's so strange, man. To be an age-restricted site, I would say so. difference between how it's handled in the US and Europe in general. From what I know, at least in the UK and US, it's handled very similarly. Because obviously the UK, while it is on the continent of Europe, it is very detached from European cultures for the most part. I know that in the Netherlands, it's quite similar as well. But I'm not super familiar with most of Europe. I'm sure in the language of love countries, it's probably a little bit more fluid. The internet is living in a different world. Oh, for sure. When I talk to mainstream people about like internet culture and stuff that we kind of take for granted because we interact with it, or even if just in passing on an everyday basis, people are just like, what? It's so disjointed from society. It's kind of crazy. And once you start getting into the deeper kind of rabbit holes, things like the gacha community, MMO communities, just gaming communities in general, fan bases, like online fan bases for basically anything under the sun, it becomes even more kind of dystopian and weird. And harder for people to believe. Like I've told people stories about like online stuff, like mainstream people, and they won't even believe what I'm saying. They can't even believe the things that I'm describing. I have to like show them examples on my phone, and they're like, says what certain emotes mean on social media. Yep, that's the kind of thing that's the kind of area where mainstream society is now. They're like learning about weird like emotes and things that people use. Once explained what a lolcow was. Yeah, it's exactly that kind of thing, Acuben. People are like, what? That can't exist. Yep, it's probably about 20 years behind, as you say, Narcos. I remember a few years back, a big Genshin character was released. When you search the character's name on Twitter, high up on the feed, you see like actual porn video. It's so funny and crazy at the same time. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, the article was about pizza, huh? Interesting. We live in a strange world. Hanging out, being terminally online, makes you hang out in an even stranger world. If I don't get it, you're a better person than I am. What? The article was about pizza. No, I don't get it, sorry. Ploxer. Yeah, he still comes through every now and again. Usually off the back of Jenna's ad rates. Drops a little wee-wee in. I always say hi, but he never says anything else. The only thing I can think of is like big sausage pizza. Oh, guys. Which is a relic of a bygone era. Going back here after a big internet break, is this how people interact with each other? Yeah. I mean, this place is pretty mild, to be honest, compared to a lot of the spaces on the internet. There are a lot of things even in this chat where I'm just like, okay, I'm not dealing with that, I can't be bothered. And just move on, just ignore it. Stand in silence for like 10 minutes. Wait for things to move on. Sometimes there's a comment that really just blows me away. I'm just taken aback. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like when that guy came in talking about the girls' cookies in Reverse 1999. I still remember that vividly. I was just like, what? She wants that cookie. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, I'll have a look. Do 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 do. Oh, I'm with you now. No, guys, I'm with you. Yeah, that certainly wasn't the first thing that comes to mind, but I have heard that before. I have heard and seen that before. I'm too innocent, mate. Or too oblivious, I don't know. One or the other. Kind of weird as well. I think we're all a little bit weird. It's okay. A lot of society is a bit weird. No, it was Matilda and Sonetto, Acumen, so they were absolutely children. I like you being here, like. Yeah, I never really did the whole 4chan thing. Maybe I evaded some brain rot that way. I don't know who Fred Rogers is. Or was. Oh, that's Mr. Rogers, is it? Okay, okay. I see, I see. Yeah, I didn't know his first name was Fred. Was, I guess. I didn't even know he passed away. Quantum, your internet situation is depressing. I'm really sorry, man. I wouldn't. You're not missing out on much, though, to be fair. Most of what I say is absolute drivel. Most of everything you see online, honestly, is pure dribble, so maybe it's for the best. If you're buffering like 33% of the time, then you're probably suffering 33% less brain rot. Really, your internet's doing you a favor. You never knew Mr. Rogers, Quantum. Well, there you go. There's someone to be outraged at now, guys. Yeah. I can't believe he passed away that long ago. Obviously not someone that I grew up with, but even I had heard of Mr. Rogers. I think I heard about Mr. Rogers first through the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Before that, I don't think I knew who Mr. Rogers was. But he sounds like he was a cornerstone of a lot of American culture for a while. Single-handedly trying to keep the country together. No, not Epic Rap Battle. This was before the days of Epic Rap Battle. Google it. Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. It's only like 2 minutes long. Yeah, it's ancient now. It's probably older than that, Acumen. I remember seeing it long before that. That'll just be the upload of it. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 will be on PC day 1. Witness a ship crashing day 1. I'm sure loads of people will like it and play it. I'm glad at least they're making it on PC. It's good news for the future. I liked Part 1 as well, Capisaur. I mean most of Part 1, apart from the end bit. But I enjoyed most of Part 1. But I am a big Midgar fanboy. I think Midgar's sweet. So it might just be that. But I know quite a few people who are really excited for the Part 3. (2005) was the original. Ah, so I had... Funnily enough, I had no idea that when I first watched that, because that was the first time I encountered Mr. Rogers. I had no idea that he had passed away. I didn't even really know who he was. I remember Googling him a bit after that. I was like, oh, okay. And then over the years, I'd see bits and pieces about Mr. Rogers. 2D one. Oh, interesting. I didn't know they were doing a new 2D one. I think someone linked something to do with that. I didn't even look at it because I don't look at Final Fantasy stuff anymore. I'll have to have a look later to the time. They're actually doing like a 2D game or something. Oh, is that what it is? Is it the port of Brave Exvius? I mean, that could be kind of fun, to be honest. See the Persona 6 season? No. Nope. Different gameplay entirely, just a remake of the story. Ah, I see, I see. Doesn't look like Persona at all. Ooh. How can they... Why would they break what... Why would they break what doesn't need to be fixed? I don't understand. It's more a remake. How can it be a remake? It's a new game. Oh wait, are we talking about Exvius? Okay, we must be talking about Brave Exvius, not Persona 6, right? Getting confused here. Ah, it's Shin Megami 6, not Persona 6. That makes more sense. Right, okay. Yeah, I had no idea. I was shocked that they would do Persona 6. Like, it didn't really seem like it was on the cards anytime soon. Oh, it is Persona 6. Oh, okay. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I couldn't give a shit either way. Fuck Persona. Fuck Atlas. Ooh, Persona 4 remake, remastered, re-release. Is that a thing? Probably not, but maybe. I don't know. Teaser's 20 seconds, great. Did you turn the brightness up? No, my camera's just weird, man. My lighting's super weird. It's like a proximity thing. I don't know. It doesn't like it when I shift the camera when I'm on the treadmill. Yeah, just Edward culling it. Yeah, pretty much, Akiben. Ultimate Showdown. A Twilight video game where you play as the Volturi in an XCOM style. I don't know what a Volturi is. Is that a Twilight thing? XCOM style system of tracking down and erasing corrupted Coven while trying to maintain the secrecy of the Order from humans. I mean, that does sound kind of cool when you put it like that. Culling the Cullens. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's been referenced a bunch of times on the internet. Sounds like a hoot, that guys. A hoot. Are you darling pie? Thank you. Thank you for the enthusiasm as well. And that's the kind of energy that I need, Awkward Pie, to keep me going. Thank you, mate. I was flagging before, but after that rousing speech, I'm like... doing amazing. Steak. What? I like steak. Oh no! Yeah, meat's alright. Meat's alright. No, that actually happened, Narcos. Why would I deny the truth? Luckily, nobody clipped it. Phew. Keeping it all for yourself. That's greedy, Narcos. True. True. I do actually own some really terrible boxes. I do have some newer ones, but like a lot of my boxes are full of holes. I think I'm pretty good today though. Yeah, looks like it. I think we're safe. If we were to have, you know, an accident. Nice! Nice, not like. I think it's probably the worst possible time to be leveling a Beastmaster. So they're going to get completely changed. The power spikes on Beastmaster are very, very bad right now. I don't know whether that is something that they'll be aiming to fix. Yeah, the power spikes are really bad. You go from like... I think the next one after 16, I think it's 16, is 28. Which is brutal. It's like... You have to go a lot of levels before you really get to be able to continue healing yourself properly. Your healing like drops off the face of the planet. And by the looks of the spells, there's another jump. There's like another big jump after that. Couple of level 60 beasts. Some said they didn't even use the heals at all. Most people don't have any idea what they're doing. Nah, it's not that bad at all. Having looked at the numbers, it's not that bad at all. Most people are just used to like cruising in groups and not using heals at all. It's always like that. Most beast lords who get to max level have just play the class because it's really easy and they don't actually understand how the class works. Bandages are better, but yeah, but you can use both. Not like bandages you can't use in combat, right? In combat, like a big part of what you should be doing in groups to contribute as a beast lord is you should be using weapons and then casting between your swings. And because right now the nukes on Monster Memories are actually really bad, the only functional thing you can really do to contribute to a group is heal between your swings. And you use your pets to like fuck around with stuff on occasion. Beastmasters are like the worst group class. They're actually awful. They're like relatively low DPS compared to something like a rogue. And they offer very little group utility that isn't brought generally by other stuff. They can kind of fill the gap of a shaman if you don't have a shaman. Like, they can haste, but the haste is very low grade. They can slow, but the slow is very low grade. So really there's not a lot of reason to bring a Beastmaster to a group. There's the aura that they give, which is really nice, but that only helps if you've got, you know, like a lot of melee. And even then it's, you know, relatively minor. It's just like being a level up, which is good. But Beastmaster has always been that way. Like, it was the same when it was Beast Lord, really, except Beast Lord. So Beast Lord had a unique buff called Spiritual something or other. It's like the spiritual line. They also had a buff called Savagery. I don't know if I think Beastmaster might get that later on, where you can like target one person and give them a huge buff. I'd have to look again. The gameplay is not. I mean, I find the gameplay really fun, but I've played that class for a very, very long time, essentially. As with most classes, most EverQuest classes, like, there's a lot that you can kind of do with them. It's just that with Beast Lord, the Beastmaster, what it actually accomplishes, what it actually gives to a group is kind of minor. But yeah, if you're not healing, you're not doing anything. Like, there's nothing else you really bring to the group other than the smattering of, like, weak buffs you bring. But it's always kind of been that way. As far as I know, Beast Masters don't get any kind of unique buff line right now, like Beast Lords did, so that's even less reason to use them. The spiritual line was really good because it was like HP and mana regen and it's stacked with everything else. But they seem to have not carried that over which unfortunately was like the most major part of their kit. But of course, all that's going to change anyway, because they may even get rid of their spellcasting entirely. I don't know. Looks like the class is going to change an awful lot. Beastmaster right now, at least, is probably the laziest class in the game, because you have no real responsibility. When you're in a group, nobody looks to you to really do anything. You can literally just cruise control and do absolutely nothing. You could be AFK half the time and people wouldn't even notice. Find a pet anywhere in the world? Yeah, it's kind of cool. Martial class, maybe. I mean, they're taking them away from shamans, right? They're taking all of the hybrids away from their parent classes. And they talked about, you know, how they're going to be taking away a lot of the shaman stuff. But I don't know what they're going to retain. I don't know if they're going to retain spellcasting even. They might change the entire class. Even the Beastmaster, like, specific mechanics they have right now, like the swarm pets, they've specifically stated, like, they're not keeping the swarm pets. There's just basically nothing. Use the rat form so people don't notice you AFKing. Yeah, they just don't really contribute anything. If I was to do a totem poll of like which classes I'd want in a group, Beast would be right at the bottom. Like, it's really, really, really not great. The upside, of course, of Beast is that you can solo a bit if you want to, which is nice. It's nice to be able to do stuff by yourself, but even then, they're going to pale in comparison to other stuff. You only really have the option to tank, like tank and spank stuff. You don't have any CC or anything like that. Your CC is getting your pet to taunt the thing. You can do a bit of fuckery by like dismissing your pet. But once you dismiss your pet won't be able to get aggro back from you even after successive taunts, because it completely dumps all of its aggro. Different pets don't have different skills. They're trying. I think they might still do at the moment, but they're not meant to. Like, they wanted to homogenize them. I think they're going to change it so they do, though. They're in a state of transition right now. The Grim Reaper set scroll. I don't know what that is, sorry. Pet scroll. Is that like an illusion for your pet? Or something? That's also a lot of work, penguins, to do something like that. And the original iteration of Beast Lord was extremely different from that kind of thing, which is what the class is based on. But I think they might have each pet family do something. I think that was in their notes. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Spectre pet, yeah, the, sure. One of the GM shows you. Yeah. Yeah, that used to be the Necro Capstone pet. Yeah, it is cool. Necro and Beastmaster, or Beast Lord, are probably actually the closest two classes to one another. in the game. They're probably the biggest singularity. They're both kind of solo-focused, self-sufficient classes. But what Necro brings to the table, I think, is a lot better than what Beastlord brings to the table. The big difference is, you know, as a Beastlord or Beastmaster, you get to melee stuff, which, I mean, is kind of fun. Necro has so many more tools. Yeah, sure. What's that not like? Where the priests lower the cost of incense skills, I have absolutely no idea. Sorry, penguins. Probably not because they're skills. Grim says no. It's a raid target where you farm like 4 certain mobs, sure, for 4 items to drop, yep. Uses to summon a raid boss. Yeah, there are loads of things like that. It's one of the more common raid spawn things. Why'd you ask? The incenses are skills, aren't they? They're SP based, so I can't see why it would. What's the first engage thing? No, not really. Like, it just makes the things that you contest different, right? You're contesting the things that drop them, if they are fixed spawns, rather than the mob itself. Because obviously it's not acceptable to like wait for someone else to spawn the mob and then tag it. Ah, sure, Knuckles. That's not even that bad, not like. Spawns at 6 AM in the game, I see. So it spawns every day at 6 AM. And you need 4 drops from the same guy, or they all spawn at 6 AM in the game? That doesn't sound that bad at all. It sounds quite farmable even. Right, yeah, sure. Yeah, it sounds fine. Like, they spawn almost 24 times a day, right? So there should be plenty of opportunity for anyone to farm those that wants to. Special item isn't guaranteed, I see. Sure, sure. That makes more sense. You probably means that you'll see guilds camping them, I would guess. But that is kind of better, right? Because it means if you can get a camp for each of those, you're not trying to wait for a respawn time on a mob, on like a big mob. You're just trying to find an empty camp that could be empty at any point of the day, and you can just sit down there and like plonk down there and camp the guy. And you can, over a course of time, you can get a guild to be able to camp all four. You can get your guild to be able to camp all four. I'd say it's much more relaxed than a typical like tag contest. Yeah, you got to keep in mind as well that right now in the game, the amount of content there is very, very small. And as new things are released, like guilds will move on. This is generally how raiding works. Also, there'll be multiple servers and guilds will be split up and whatnot. Quite often, like lower guilds would farm older content. Things that newer guilds have already moved on from. EverQuest skiering was always nice in that respect because there wasn't like immense power creep between like raids. There was even quite functional stuff in the older raids. Got one, you need 3 more. Nice. Are they soloable? Not like? Or are they like group fights? They're soloable, then it's very accessible. As I was saying to you literally yesterday, not like, they cannot prioritize endgame because endgame applies to such a tiny proportion of people. It just doesn't really fucking matter. Even when everyone's level 60, the endgame will still only apply to a tiny, tiny, tiny portion of the population. So like, obviously like people should play the game how they want to and whatnot, but I think that the joy of that game, the major joy of that game really doesn't come from being the guild that can do everything effortlessly. I think it comes from being in a guild that struggles on things that you can personally help out and like you feel like you make a meaningful difference to the raids by being there. I think that at least for me, is way more satisfying, having tried both extensively. Because ultimately, gear doesn't actually matter that much in that game. Especially right now, it's like just stats at the moment. It's not even like really effects, that many effects on items. Maybe somewhere down the line. The skill ceiling on most of the classes in the game makes it more important to play with people who know what they're doing rather than people in good gear. Narcos knows everything about everything. It's true. Yeah, it's because there's a combination of the fact that there's hardly any shit in the game right now. They've got what, like 20% of the land mass that they want. Everyone's congregated in one little small shit place, and all of the people there have been playing for so long. They've already played the game to fucking death. No, indeed, not like. It's just, I don't know, man. I think the people who, a lot of the people who are involved in playing the game that way are people who are like ultra veteran EQ players, who are still trying to relive that period of dominance in their lives where or maybe they're trying to live it for the first time because they feel like they missed out on it in EQ. And I think while it will be fun for a while, I think people are going to get really burnt out on that shit, especially considering how little content there is in the game. Yeah, they are. They're trying to beat the beater. It's true. They're going to be done with the game before it's even released. And then, like, when they play the live version, they're going to play it for a hot second. They're going to get to exactly the same point, and they're going to be like, oh, it's exactly the same as it was in the closed beta. Yeah, I know of Rampage. Uh-huh. Yep. There were a lot of servers in EQ. There were a lot of servers, and there were a lot of guilds. There were like dozens and dozens and dozens of servers. It's pretty huge. The most satisfying moments that I ever had in that game were helping out people to do things that they wanted to do, and that feeling of people helping me out when I needed to do something that I wanted. And that never really happened in top guilds, because like you just cleared everything effortlessly. There wasn't any struggle. And I think with all of the community tools that are in the game and the direction that they are trying to take the game in, clearly from their development, like the like building a ship yourselves and like sailing off to an island as a guild, and all of the like the focus that's on housing in the game, persistent housing, where you actually take up a space in the world with your guild. It's clear that they are not focused on that aspect of the game, on the raiding aspect of the game. They are focused on the community aspect of the game. And while they will support it, much like they're supporting, you know, PvP and everything like that, I don't think it's ever going to be the focus that some of these like super mega poop soccer tryhards really want it to be. Unless those are the only people left in the game, maybe. We'll see. Poop soccer. It's an EverQuest term. It came from a joke question mark of people staying at spawns for so long without moving away from their PC that they would shit in a sock to be able to stay at their PC. The other thing you've probably heard a bunch is bat phone. People used to make a joke of, again, because they expected, the top guilds always expected people to answer calls, like personal phone calls, at like 5 AM in the morning to come and kill a raid target because they just popped due to the variance on raid spawns coming up anywhere within, you know, maybe even like a 16-hour range or something sometimes. Made you quit raiding, yep. Like, that's not the average experience that people had in EverQuest, but that is the experience that I had at a point for quite a long time. And also the experience that most of those people that you're dealing with in those guilds have had. But the average experience is not that. The average experience is still like, you have a raid time and you go and do whatever's up, like you'll scout around to see whatever's up before the raid, and then we'll be like, hey, look, we're going over here, this mob's up. Unfortunately, you know, if there's not a lot of content on the server and there's a big population on the server, or there's one guild just dominating everything, then maybe it might be the case that they kill literally every raid spawn. We'll have to wait and see on that. That'll have to be something that they'll address if it is a problem. I think that is partly, they're partly trying to circumvent that with stuff like the sailing. You know, where you make your own boat and then you sail off to your own like pseudo instance island to do raid content. Pretty sure that's their reasoning behind that. Trying to get the cinder boots. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the fun of the game, in my opinion. That's the most fun part of the game, where you're trying to do something that is in your sort of ballpark, but you have to group up for it, and you're helping other people, and everyone's there for like a common goal, or you're trying to help someone do something specific, like for their epic quests. It's the strongest part of the game. World of Warcraft took their world bosses from EverQuest's design. And world bosses, and there's a reason why they didn't keep making world bosses. Like, it's not popular for the mainstream at all. It's actually horrible. And if you go back and play like classic servers, the world bosses are pretty much the most degenerate part of the game. If you don't keep your plankton fed, the whales end up starving. That's certainly true in catches. Not really so much in MMOs, it's more of a case of like everyone's kind of equal, even though some people may feel that they're superior. Like everyone is still paying their sub every month. It's kind of the way it is in that kind of game. So while some people may feel like they're more entitled because they spend more time on the game, or they are killing higher content or whatever, they're actually not at all. Like, not even slightly. And the devs don't give more of a shit about them than anyone else in the game. So when they're the small proportion of the population, like, they are never going to be the people who are pandered to or catered to. Yeah, I know, Cabisura, I was talking about it earlier. I mean, it's not really that shocking. We knew it was going to happen eventually. I'm still more shocked that Twitch unbanned him. Like, so quickly as well. Guess they really don't give a shit about what's on their platform, huh? Crazy that he's banned on Kick still, and not on Twitch. Yeah, Narcos. Oh no. Phew. Safe. He's back, baby. Just another reminder that I need to extract myself from the gacha sphere. Quick for your guild mate on the devs. Just spent 8 hours in my guild for a first engage spawn on Gillone. We tried to make the best of it, with manual clicking marathons, undergate gameplay loop, and lead to constant player disputes and GM overhead. Since instancing isn't an option, could we consider changing contested kills to DPS race mechanic instead? Yeah, I think that would be far preferable. It's tough though. There's a problem with that too. I'll get to that in a second. The current clicking method already favors massive guilds anyway, but DPS race would at least let us actually play the game instead of staring. So the thing that this is overlooking, which might not be an issue right now, but it certainly will be probably at release, is there's going to be one major guild probably on each server. And then there are going to be a bunch of smaller guilds. Right? So the problem here is the smaller guilds are going to be doing these struggle clears through raids, where they are having to try really hard to clear through these raids. If there's nothing like a camp kind of thing protecting players, then it means that a guild, like a big guild, can just storm through past them and just rush the target that they were trying to engage. If we are living in that kind of wild, wild west scenario. So even if they've already engaged the boss, like they'll have a massive guild like storming onto them and killing the boss like past them because they have way more people. Instances are not an option for the game, no guys. It's just not that style of game. Ultimately, that kind of gameplay is just part of the game, right? It's just part of what it means to have open world content. They just need to make some kind of decision on it, which is easy for them to moderate. The current one, I mean, if they can handle it, then it's fine. It's just as good a solution as anything else. But the current policy on it is like, it seems short-sighted to me, just because it's very hard to monitor it. There pretty much needs to be a GM sitting there watching because while the logs in that kind of engine are very detailed, and you can go like leaf back through it and try to tell, and you can tell pretty much exactly what happened, like whenever anyone zoned in and who was present at every location in the zone at the time. It's not really something you want to be doing. That's not really how you want your staff to be spending their time. Manage the Zerg clans? Well, I don't think so. I think most of the time they just kind of get left to it, and the company takes a policy that like it will only intervene in a case where griefing is a thing, you know, like intentional death and that kind of thing. This is one of the most complicated parts of trying to run like an EQ style game, but it might not be so much of an issue at launch. I think right now it's a huge problem, again, because it's closed beta, and people are taking the closed beta way too seriously. I would not expect the amount of people that are on the closed beta right now to be the makeup of a typical server, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the servers will be swamped. We have the combination of the land mass being much smaller than it should be, along with having way too many players in a small space. And when you have no instances, that is a much bigger problem. Hell, you even see that in WoW, when you have a fresh release of WoW, like Classic or whatever, and there are so many people all packed into one area, there literally aren't enough mobs to kill, right? So it's like that, but the whole game, including all of the raids and everything else. If I had to pick for them, I would say take a very hands-off approach. Whatever is the most hands-off, because you need your staff to be working on other shit. You need your GMs to be doing other stuff like making the game enjoyable for people. You don't need GMs sitting at spawn points. Yeah, like the only way for it to really work out is, unfortunately, for them to take their hands off the reins, no G, and just let the players work it out. And it generally works out quite well. Like, that's just the way it goes. Like, people find, obviously early on there's a lot of like and fuss and bullshit, and then players get filtered out, players drop off, and the servers get a bit looser, and people just kind of fall into a natural order of things. And Naka's using the example of Eve. It is exactly like Eve is a good example. People just worked it out. Yeah, no worries. I don't know, man. I think they're just overcomplicating things in a lot of respects right now, and it's what I have the most worry for the game. It seems like they're trying to like micromanage things that just are unfeasible to micromanage, and it's taking up their precious development time, and it's going to take up their precious manpower as well. When they really need to be focused on making an experience which is fun for new players. Not for any of these people who are playing the closed beta right now. Literally none of those people. None of those like high-end people. They need to be focusing on making a new player experience fun for people who are more casual players or haven't even played the game before. And that's not really for their... That's not really against their vision. I don't think their vision is to make the game appealing for those people who are making that kind of fuss about the raids as it is. It doesn't seem that way. So I'm worried that they're getting too caught up in catering to a demographic that isn't actually very important. Yeah, so hey, how are you? How have you been? when like the trade skills are in a mess. They don't have a huge amount of land mass. The classes all still need to be reworked. And they're still trying to get an October release. They have a bunch of other features in the game, like the sailing that we were talking about before. Pretty sure that's completely unimplemented. It's still just floated out there. You got the first tag. Well, that's just the way it is. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. If they're gonna do a method like that is gonna be quite GM like intensive, then I feel like there should be a claim system in the game where like a guild can lay claim to a target for an hour, and they have an hour to accumulate a raid force, at which point they have to engage. And if they don't do that in an hour, they are locked out from their guild is locked out from the encounter, locked out from claiming the encounter for 24 hours, and the mob will be invulnerable unless you have used the claim command on it. Again, it's GM intensive, but like it gets rid of that whole like thing. Where guilds are just staring at each other, trying to get their forces together. Put the timer on the players instead of the mob. Put the timer on the players instead of the mob. Put the timer on the players instead of the mob. Put what timer on the players, Narkis? I don't exactly understand what you're referring to, sorry. The claim timer. But it has to be on the mob so that it gets rid of its invincibility versus the player's guild. Right? I guess it could be it's awkward. Mob dies 5 minutes. Later it respawns. Anyone who damaged the mob since the previous spawn can't damage the new one. Ah, I see what you mean. It doesn't work. Like they don't want to do that. They want to keep the bosses like open world. They don't want them to respawn. They want it to make it so that, you know, if you kill a raid mob, it kind of affects the world, so that that mob might not respawn for 3 or 7 days or whatever. It's a prestige thing. There's no raiding with your buddies in that game, really, Penguins. There's targets, like actual raid targets are not really something you can just do with a group of friends in that game. They require way too many people and way too much coordination. Make the path to the boss way harder. Then there's 50 people camping him. Kill every ad. Yeah. That's what the old raid instances were like. They made like in a lot of cases the trek to the boss was actually harder than the boss. Like there were a lot of brutal mechanics in not raid instances, in raid dungeons. But I don't think they really have anything like that in place at the moment. Again, they're missing a huge amount of their landmass. In EverQuest, the raid dungeons would be huge, right? Probably too big for most guilds. Certainly, maybe if not all guilds, to clear within one reasonable period. And it would be a case of you would have a shitload of trash and a raid boss in each sort of wing. And the trash would have its own respawn time. Like everything would obviously have its own respawn time. So if you cleared like one section, then it wouldn't affect any of the other sections. And so each raid was made up of a lot of different like raid encounters, kind of like you would see in World of Warcraft, except generally EverQuest raiding took a much longer amount of time, like a much greater commitment for lots of reasons. And while we don't have those, like we're missing a massive amount of content for those guilds to be able to clear. There's probably only like, I don't know, half a dozen raid targets or something in the game maybe at the moment. I don't have any details, but I'm going to assume. Which is just not enough for the, like nowhere near enough for the amount of people. Again, this is why like the closed beta is a terrible representation of anything that's going to be live. We have no idea actually how it's going to pan out on live. And it's not the part of the game that they need to be testing, because it's not even the part of the game that they're focused on developing right now. So they've kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit with the closed beta, I can't help but feel. They assumed that the closed beta would be over and done with now. They assumed that the closed beta was going to be finished in May, right? It was going to be done, it was going to be over and done with in May, on the 1st of May, and then there was going to be a month until launch. And it's now June, the middle of June, and they're still planning on running it for another 4 months. They have all these players that have itchy feet. They've brought in basically everyone on their list, I imagine, by now. And, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they've handled it really badly. Which is a shame. They had such a good track history of development up until the last, I don't know, 6 months or so. Game development is difficult. I still really want the game to succeed, and I'm very excited to play it, but I am worried about the steps that they've been taking. Class changes. I think the class changes look pretty fun, all in all. The things that they've suggested. Just whether or not they can implement them well or not. And it still seems like a lot of work for them to do over just a few months. considering they need to be tested, like passed and tested as well. Oh, fuck. That's not the right button. Halfway through our stack already here. Have the nightmares that we can pop as well though. That'll give us some more. Hello, Lenaria. How are you? Nothing to do till next month, just play my gacha slot. Love it. Are you looking forward to Relink? Is that what you're the next thing on your schedule? Yep. I'll be right there with you. Never played Relink before though. So it'll be a totally new experience for me. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of footage of it. Kind of know what I'm getting myself in for, but never actually played it. Hi, Alex. What's up? I was looking at the main story chapter release schedule. Finally made it to the main story that was released last year. Holy moly. You're doing it, Acumen. You're doing it, mate. Triple moderator. So powerful. Seven-year gap between releases? I doubt it. Doesn't sound quite right, Acumen. Oh, a 2-year gap. Oh, right. Sure, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, sorry. I read it at a glance. As a meal last night, the meal was very nice, yeah. The little Persian restaurant. Super nice, we've been there once before. And yeah, it was still splendid. Just excellent service in there. Really fantastic flavours and whatnot. The movie was shit. Yeah, that sounds right, Acumen. I think it was like 522 days or something like that. In between content patches. Into like major content patches. Yeah, we went to see Backrooms. It was a really bad movie. It's just really, really bad. Seems like it's reviewed alright online. We ended up talking about cinematography and stuff based on it. There's a lot of research into modern day movies, and modern day media, in fact, is now designed often with the idea that it's going to be consumed on a second monitor, that it's going to be like side viewing. And of course that translates very, very badly to the cinema. And it really felt like it with that movie. It was like, it was just not something that you really want to pay the whole of your attention to. There wasn't anything really gripping or thrilling about it. It wasn't scary, it wasn't thrilling. It wasn't interesting. It was just like, the best part of the movie is 5 minutes, the first 5 minutes of it. Once they start doing the Hollywood thing where they introduce the characters, and the characters so bad, like so bad. It's a movie made for a niche audience. I wouldn't agree with that at all, Narcise. I think it is a movie that has niche source material that was made to appeal to a larger audience. And that's clear through the way that they decided to do the movie. The first 5 minutes of the movie are the best part of the movie, and that's the part of the movie that appeals to, that is like keeps the backrooms alive. I haven't seen a lot of backroom stuff, don't get me wrong, but that is the part that's the most true to the backroom stuff. Yeah, indeed, Acumen. The first 5 minutes of the movie is the classic, like, guy inexplicably is in an area doing something and is traversing through the back rooms, is separated from the rest of his group or whatever, and is obviously panicking, and there's something else there. And that, again, by far the most compelling part of the movie. Once they start to Hollywoodize it, i.e. make it more mainstream, trying to get out of that niche, it falls flat on its face, or it feels like it does. There's far too much time in the movie spent like outside of the back rooms, and what it's meant to add to the movie, it feels like it isn't worth it. Yeah, indeed, Acumen. What I did like about it was they didn't do pointless jump scares. They really strayed away from that, and they did manage to maintain tension in a way that they didn't break it a lot of the time by like not having super mystical, fantastical things happening. Like it seemed grounded in some element of realism. Despite hinting that it was going to do that, it never actually really did it. Possibly, guys, but it was produced by quite a big horror studio. So they was clearly trying to get a fair amount of mainstream appeal, and they obviously thought that it would have a fair amount of mainstream appeal. And according to the reviews, it does have quite a bit of mainstream appeal. Like, I think I'm just out of touch. Yeah, A24, that's right. Like, it's clearly trying to be more than Backrooms, and I think that's the problem, because what makes Backrooms interesting is that it's Backrooms. It's like trying to expand the universe into this thing, and it doesn't really work for me, at least. Yeah, they are. They make really kind of out there movies, but they do generally do quite well. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I feel that's the problem with it. Like the characters they introduced brought more sense to the space, and that's not good. Like, what makes those spaces scary is the unknown and the uncertainty of it. So, like, actually, as is typical with American cinema, like, they explain a lot to the audience. They do leave little bits and pieces out. That studio is quite good for that, like, in general. They do let you make your own connections on some things, but they still do spell a lot of it out. They explain a lot of stuff, and by doing so, it loses a lot of the horror. And there's one particular scene where, like, characters are in a place with, like, the things that are meant to be scary from the space, and they are made completely not scary at all. It just takes all of the, like, uncertainty out of the place. Like, it literally explains the entire place. Yeah, but, like, I don't want to talk about it too much for anyone who might want to actually see the movie. Who hasn't seen it. But I think what I'm looking for in movies nowadays is not what most people are anymore. Like, I am actually too old. Yeah, it's like they tried to spend the whole movie making the space understandable, when they should have been making it ask more and more and more questions. No, they're like 2 minute bursts or so, like 2 to 5 minutes, right? The back rooms videos. I think I've only watched 2 ever. Yeah, indeed. Like, as soon as you get comfortable with the space, like they not only do you get comfortable with the space, they push that the space isn't that scary. It's really, really, really weird. They have the characters interact with it in a way that makes it seem way less scary and way less thrilling and way less like unknown and alien. And you walk away from it with a very firm idea of what is going on in there, which then, you know, it doesn't even really play on your mind because you're just like, oh, okay. Well, I didn't have any expectations, so I don't think it's an expectation problem for me. I went in there with absolutely no expectations whatsoever. And I walked away from it knowing what I wanted from the movie that I didn't get. I think it was more of an experience problem. But I didn't fall asleep, so... No grand sneezing. It wasn't like the worst movie I've ever seen or anything. It was just a bad movie. It was just not really to my taste. And there were certain bits of it that I liked. It was also filmed in a very interesting way. The filming was the best part of it. The cinematography was actually great. Yeah, there was... I still haven't seen Iron Lung. I mean, I haven't really seen anything. But Iron Lung came out really recently as well, right? What else? What's the other one? I imagine it's kind of hard to fuck up. As long as it captures that like claustrophobic feeling. TADC, final act. What's TADC? Any day now, Nick. Digital Circus, I don't know what that is. Have no mouth, and I must scream, the animated movie. I have no mouth, and I must scream. I've never heard of that. Any popular animated series on YouTube? Ah, sure. I see, I see. It's a bit wrong about backrooms. Watch too much fan-made stuff. Wrong in what respect, sorry? Obsession, huh? Yeah, apparently they've covered some of the stuff that they covered in the movie, particularly some of the end, like bits related to the end bit. Again, I don't want to go into any detail because I don't want to ruin the movie. For people who have not watched it yet. I see, Bellicoat. That's what the shadow government wants you to think. True. Ah, must be that Narcos. That does make sense. reminds me. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh, I'll change it later. Never get around to it. There's another one. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. I have to wait until I see it again. The man who stares at goats. I can't claim I know anything about that. What do you mean TTRPG campaign has begun? Who's playing it? Careful with such statements, Narcos. It's a little bit much, mate. I think we can probably agree that mind control not good. Not good for the consumer. Well, it's hard not to. They were so evident, can't really hide them, right? I'm sure every government has a lot of atrocities and things that they will never see the light of day and they will never own up to unless there is some sort of unveiling. Probably the best thing that Trump has going for him. At least, you know, all the shit he does, most of it, is very much out in the open for people to criticize. As they should. It's fucked up. Yeah, I'm sure that every president before and every world leader has done all sorts of shit. Undercover. Stuff that we will never, ever, 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 ever hear about. I think assuming that anyone's hands are clean, any world leader's hands are clean, is probably quite naive. Not even Narcos will touch that one. Right. I'll be back in a second. Just to grab some order. Back in a jiffy. Hello, my loves. My dearests. Oh. I appreciate that you didn't. Thanks, Narcos. That's great. Floppy spraying. And Alabaster loves to fake you out with red gear rolling, defense percentage, resist percentage. Just the random gearing, isn't it? And it's the brakes, just random. What can you do? The power of skipping. What an incredible superpower. Isn't there a collab or something going on in Mecharashi right now? Oh, anniversary, is that it? Ah, I just finished the bird binary, I see. ROG? What's ROG? Does that stand for something? Or is that the actual name? Ah, Republic of Gamers. Thank you. NVIDIA collab. I see, I see. What kind of collab stuff will they have for that kind of thing? Skins? What's an ST? FNG! What's up? Street Trooper, Steel Trooper. Ah, okay, okay, I see. So you'll maybe get a mech from it or something. I don't really understand how the game works. How you doing, Vici? Things are all right over here. What have you been up to? Ah, I see, Narcos. That's cool. This is Final Fantasy 14. We're playing more Limbus 9.5 Part 2, cool. And then we were Cyberpunk collab stuff, awesome. I was a day ahead of you. The Limbus intervalo really picked up for me towards the end. I only did up to Bamboo Head of Kim. Shut up. Ah, yeah, you're not that deep in. I need to pull on this Limbus, man. Oh no! Oh no, no, no! Hey, Hayabusa! How are you? My Knicks? Your Knicks won the finals. Of what? What's a Nick? I'm actually in shock. Oh, football? Baseball? I don't know. Congrats! Basketball? I don't know. Is that basketball? I don't know. Yeah, congrats, either way. And they're your Knicks. You own them. Holy shit, man. I didn't know we had such an affluent gentleman in chat. Congratulations to you and your staff. Yeah, Hayabusa owns you. He owns all the Knicks. We're all owned by someone, Nick. Whether we care to admit it or not. Whether we are aware of it or not. In our gilded cages. In this case, you are owned by Hayabusa, as he has laid claim to all of the Nicks. Congratulations on your win, by the way, Nick Rogers. You're an excellent basketball ear. Not sure on the terminology. Oh, right. Sounds the same, you see. Must be an accent thing. Ah, I see, Hayabusa. Yeah, unfortunately, I have no knowledge of anything like that. But I am very happy for you. I know in this country, football is soccer, as you would call it, I guess. It's so huge. People get really, really behind it, supporting their teams and whatnot. So I imagine it'll be the same there. $53 years, huh? Damn. Is that a person? Not guys. Kind of. It either is or it isn't. He's a vampire, right? I see. Maybe he was just having a bad day if he lost one game. They lost the first game. Maybe they just had a bad day. Maybe it wasn't a curse. Maybe he isn't a vampire. Maybe he's a human who is fallible. Who knows? Could be both. Maybe, Nick. Maybe. All he talked about was Manchester. didn't know there was so much to say about Manchester. It's kind of a shithole. I'm not even confident I know the rules of basketball, Narco, so probably wouldn't make any sense to me either way. They have bad days, I see, I see. Ah, I see. He's a wrestler? GBF and FF grinding. I haven't been doing any grinding in Final Fantasy at all. GBF grinding is going fine. What would I grind in Final Fantasy? No raids? Nah. I don't even want to raid with other people. They want to do stuff. I already quit Final Fantasy like 5 years ago. I kind of did everything I wanted to do in the game. I think it was a fun experience of a game. I must have played it for a good few thousand hours, I wouldn't be surprised. I just kind of did everything I wanted to do. Played a little bit the other night with Alex and Senna and Jirac. Logged on yesterday just to try and do the raid with that Boone and Fox were locked on, but they literally can't get it to pop in the SEA region, in the Oceania region, which is just unbelievably sad. It's their main story quest progression and they're just locked on it. Awful. Big up Square Enix. Game down in SEA? Nope. It's just in a state of limbo there. Where there aren't enough people to do the alliance raids, it would seem. Nobody queues for them. Yeah, so like for the alliance raid, you need 24 people for the raid. There's a specific queue for it. On most servers, people queue for it every day if they're trying to grind stuff because you get currency from it, and that incentivizes people to do it. In SEA, nobody queues it because it never pops. So that's fine and all. Just don't do the alliance raids. All right. Problem is on the main story quest that you must do to progress. You have no other choice. There are 3 alliance raids right at the start, or near the start, the end of the base game, like before the first expansion. And if you can't do those 3 alliance raids, you're absolutely fucked. The end of Stormblood? Is that where it is? At the end of Stormblood? Yeah, it's just terrible. Square Enix is actually an awful company, unsurprisingly. There's more in Heavenswood, are there? I don't remember anymore. Yeah, just basically completely fucked. Don't roll on Oceania. Even if you're an Oceanic player, don't roll on Oceania. GBF raid. We've got the Unite and Fight coming up on the 22nd. Yeah, the Guild War. Sorry, 21st. So next Sunday. So that'll be a thing. Probably be going quite hard on that. It's all maintenance tomorrow morning for the Transcendence. Oh yeah, the Transcendence is on the illustrious weapons, right? The Gold Moon weapons. It's been a little while coming. Yeah, I'm not going to have any idea what's going on with them, but I'm sure for people who are in the know with a lot of resources who've been playing for a long time, it'll be very exciting to be able to see the new effects. Last one, then we need to clear the nightmares, then we'll have some more to do. I think the half day on this was probably more than enough. Gets well past the 20 boxes. Certainly clear this stuff a lot faster than we used to. Helps that there's a fire weak enemy, of course. The other two are not good for me at all. Oh yeah, of course. Trying to keep more when we're out of tokens. Oh. Yeah, I still don't have Opus. I have most of the Fire one ground out though. We'll have a Fire Opus before the Guild War. Really ram through these. I don't even have an M3 grid for fire. Waiting until the last, what is it, like the 18th or 19th? When the fire bonuses finally come on. Yeah, they do alright. It's like by far my strongest team. Which I guess is not really surprising, we've been focusing on it for like the last 2 months. Put it up from nothing. I really wanted to get her to 120 before the Guild War, but I don't think I have enough time. You'll get them pretty quick. Don't worry about it. You just pick them up from the event. Yeah. On the first day, almost certainly. No, you don't have to get everyone to 110. To break 120, you have to have all of the Eternals. And then to break 140, you have to have all of the Eternals at 100. Yeah, it's all good. No, it doesn't really do that much for her. Her real big upgrade is at 130 or 140, I can't remember which. Nice one time back, congrats! I know he's seeing what I can do. It's kind of all of them in mind. Yeah, I guess so. It's just gentle steps, Mizaki. I'm going to be seeing what I can do after the next Guild War. I'd really like to push my Eternals. They are the focus of my game, really. So we will see how many gold bricks I am willing to pump into them. It might be a lot. All of them once I'm there. So what, 12? Is that right? Getting particularly Seraphon and Neon fully transcended is like one of my major goals in the game. I'd ideally like to transcend Tien as well. Like fire is my secondary element. That's going to be a primary focus for me. Exactly, Wonton Bear. Exactly. That's why fire has to be the secondary element. That's why I've put so much into this fire team. This is going to have to do a lot of Seaphon farming. All those Mark II C8A swords. Tien? Mazako, you mean? I like her, yeah, I like her. I know you have to click and stuff with her, but I really like her all the same. And obviously, you know, since I'm not really pulling in this game, she's by far the best that my fire is going to have to offer. We were blessed enough with Grand Percival and the Michaels. Guided by the stars, you know. The wind has Katura, so that's all the wind really needs. True, Wonton Bear. Yeah, like, that's the other nice thing about Tien, right? She's literally a bounty on a stick, right? Now, that doesn't always matter, but there are some things that's just really nice. Yep. Transcended, her bounty, of course, just gets way better. Even more so, like much more so. I'm already planning on not actually using pots in this Guild War. I'll probably be entirely EP on this Guild War. Yeah, you get to just skill it up twice immediately. So good. But she's fine as she is now. She really does the job just fine. Fills the spot perfectly. She pulls her weight. I was very impressed by her upgrade from 80 to 100. It was absolutely massive. She went from being nothing really to being like a fully fledged functional character. I will be using an obscene amount of energy on this Guild War, I imagine. Hello, Beat. How's your Final Fantasy journey going? Yeah, it was wonderful. We had a lovely meal. We already knew the meal was going to be nice. We've been there once before. But it was really incredible. Amazing place, Persian place. Amazing flavours and wonderful service. Lovely atmosphere. And then we went and saw a really shit movie. But it was fun because we laughed at it. Thank you, I appreciate you asking. Oh, level 38 already! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Yeah, Boone just started a new character on EU because we queued for... Jeez, how long was it yesterday? Like 4 hours or something, Boone? During both peak time in Oceania and immediately after their reset. And there was no sign of it for popping. We even tried to go on the like duty finder thing to get more people in. And there was no one willing to come. Most people we got in our group was like 8 people. It was fucking bleak. Like, literally can't progress through the game. Yeah, not even daily reset, weekly reset. Yeah, like, Penguins is in there whispering people, like, trying to get people to come. It's insane. Yeah, thanks again for trying so hard with that, Penguins. It's really good of you, man. So bleak. I can't believe how bad the state of the Oceania servers is. I never would have guessed in a million years. It's the kind of thing you don't even think about. Like, can you progress to the main story quest? It's not a question that you should need to ask yourself, right? Yeah, I just hope that we're not going to have any problems trying to get the group going. When I queued at prime time for Labyrinth of the Ancients, I did have it pop in 16 minutes on our server. I got through about 1k just now, Boone. I only want to spend like half a day on this. Got too many other important things to do, like story. Story. Our time is running out swiftly. Guild War is in another week. We still have, what, 20-something odd chapters to go. Yeah, on EU, even if we can't get it to pop, like, naturally, we can, at the very least, spam roulette until we get it as a thing, as an option, because the roulette does pop. Like, and it pops within a few minutes, generally. Within about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. And we can use the duty finder to actually get people in, and people will come. Which was the worst part of SEA, or Oceania. Like, it just seemed like it was actually impossible. Ah, so you need to get through the first one before you can even run the Alliance roulette. That's fine. Shit was popping in no time. Yeah, so on the Oceania servers, even when we were queuing Garuda at just after peak time, I would say, when we were queuing Garuda hard and Ifrit hard, it was taking like 10 plus minutes to get a pop, which is bonkers. Yeah, I think Fox rolled on EU to play with Asahi, which ended up being really ideal. Reminds you to pop tank stands. Yep. People do that even in late game dungeons. Forget to pop their tank stands. It's because it resets at the start of every dungeon. And people just forget. Yeah, generally the people in Final Fantasy are pretty nice. Much more so than other games. Other MMOs, at least. Penguins. Thankfully in Evercold, which admittedly is not anytime soon, apparently they're finally making it so you can cross realm queue, which the game quite obviously desperately needs. That's one that we need to clean up the nightmares again. And then we should just have a few tokens left. Enough for 4 more runs. Ah, no more tokens. Thanks, Spoon. You probably have another clear though. Just one, just one. I guess I'll pump out another couple. Or we finish the cycle. Oops, be quick. Great walking. Thank you, Ben. Very kind. Lighting's all over the place today. Yeah, still better. Better too bright than too dark. Ah. Oh, quickly burn through these again. Maybe hit up a bit of story. It is indeed Undertale Yellow. Hot damn. Where do you disable backup screen popping up every time you enter a raid? It's in settings, but I'm really not the best at navigating the settings. If anyone else happens to know, please do say. Ah, you got it. Oh yeah, backup requests pop up. Thanks, Spoon. Mazako is pretty smart, yeah. Oh. My foot is still recovering. My right foot is still recovering even now from that that blister that got in between my toes. That was so, it was the mother of all blisters. It's so huge. And even though I left it well alone, I did my best to protect it. It burst. And left a puddle on my underneath me. My poor foot has been trying to recover from it ever since. Yeah, a literal puddle. I know this because suddenly my sock felt very wet and I was like, oh, what have I stepped in? Have I stepped in like cat sick or something? No. If only. For the first time in my life I wished I had been stepping in cat sick. How many side stories do I have left? Somewhere between 15 and 20. Ellico? I'm guessing that quite a lot of them are going to be pretty heavy skippers. Because we have all of the summer ones left. More than half of Fugger 11. You're like a... Wait, more than half of Fugger 11? That would make you a Fugger 6.7, Senna. And not many people can say that. Thank you, Senna. That's very kind of you. Oh, some of the summer ones are great, are they? Well, you said more than half. I don't know. Which would indicate just more than half. Which ones? Mazako, which ones are good? I did Maydays, and I really didn't like that. I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean, Bellicult. How are we looking for Clocktower, Senna? Oh, no Nick. Hopefully everyone can make it then. Yeah, hopefully we have the 7. They're assigned. They are the reliable 7, I think. Plus John. Who has been reliable, in fairness, for Clocktower? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Swiveling in my chair, like marching up and down. Alright. Isn't it great to be alive? It's that Bloomtown OST. It's got me flipping out. Oh boy. This just came up, was just pinged on the Monster Memories Discord. Strictly prohibited in full terms. They just linked this. There was nothing else. It was just in the playtest announcements. Sounds like someone's been naughty. Real money trading. Strictly prohibited in all forms. Yeah, no RMT in Monster Memories. They really don't like it. Someone's been a naughty boy. Yes, but it must be luck. Probably Bellicult. He seems like the sort, doesn't he? Seems like he would just be going around buying platinum from people. Just by himself, Bellicult. Unironically, I got a lot extra money selling gold in MMOs back in my early college days. Yeah, Katie. So I don't know whether you've heard this story of mine, but like when I know a lot of people have, so I apologize for repeating it. When I was about 18 or so, I actually made a living for a year and a half selling platinum and various items on EverQuest, killing a turtle called Lodizal over and over on every spawn, just monopolizing the spawn on a PvP server. That was like my first job, kinda. Bought from Chinese. Oh, I like that. You bought from Chinese sellers and sold and charged people more. Damn, you're a beast. Yeah, I used to use. I didn't use eBay. I used player auctions. You ever heard of that, Katie? I don't know how much traffic that site sees nowadays, but it used to be like an MMO market back in the day. Yeah, this was before the days of Epic NPC. Epic NPC, I think, is the modern like player auctions. They still do auctions and stuff on player auctions, but I think it's had its day. Yeah. Gotta pay the bills somehow. That was probably the best paying job I've ever had. Or ever will. Job security, probably not the best, but... Doesn't Boon pay you more? No, I think you're seriously overestimating the amount of money that Boon donates. It's a lot. It's a hell of a lot. For one person to be giving on a Twitch channel. And it's very generous. But it's a long way from a living wage. I was saying the other day, I think I even said to Edie, Boon's given what, like 700 and something subs, right? At $5 a sub. So you can see exactly how much Boon has spent. Twitch takes 50%, but even if Twitch didn't take 50%, it would still not be anywhere near like a living wage, really. And I know Boon would probably donate instead. But that seems not as good. That seems different, you know. When Boon subs, it feels like he's just helping support me. If Boon were to donate to me, then it feels way more transactional. And that, I don't know, makes me feel ill, makes me feel dirty. Yeah, when you reach level 1, which is 100 non-gifted subs for 2 or 3 months in a row, then you get to keep 60%, and then level 2 is like 300, I think, beyond that, and then you get to keep 70%. On Kick, I don't think Kick even takes a cut. Nice, Velico. They are, yeah. You have to maintain them, Katie. Even at my like peak viewage when we were playing, like in demand gachas, I got like kind of close, but still a little ways off of the level 1. Nowadays we are way off. Upside though, K18. Kick has Lucari banned, but Twitch doesn't. So I mean, it's apples and oranges, isn't it? Oh shit, Boone, did you not know Lucari was streaming again today? Lucari's back, baby! The L cat is back. That does sound pretty great, K18. But if I had to pick between a stream of some people doing illegal substances and a stream that promotes paedophilia, I think I gotta go with the drugs. All things equal. You don't have him on your follow list? Hopefully not, Bellico. Well, I mean, I guess you kind of do. Because you got to pick between Twitch or Kick. I guess I'm picking both, so I guess I'm supporting both. That's just the kind of guy I am. I already thought about that. I can stream to TikTok now. I just don't think... I don't think there's any reach for me there. Because, like, none of the games that I ever play or anything like that anywhere close to short-form content. Like, everything I play is just really long-winded and grindy. Oh, shit. What am I doing? I just don't think it's even worth the bandwidth. Same with Twitter. You need a premium subscription to Twitter to stream on Twitter. And I'm not touching Rumble. Fuck Rumble. I don't want to make that statement about myself. Turns out the side story list is missing a ton of events. Put my coin on my beloved August. Mild Confidence. Maybe the zombie sequel. Ah, cool. I'll have to have a look. Maybe Bellico. I also just want to focus on the people who actually want to come and watch. And, like, those people eventually peter out, then, eh, so be it. You got a new friend. I love friends. They're going to be very disappointed with my summons. Oh, we don't have any energy to start any of them. Damn. I love friends. Rachel. Chandler. Phoebe. Who's the other guy? Joey. Monica. The fuck is the main character dude called? Ross. There aren't, that's all of the friends. That's literally all of them. Gunther wasn't a real friend. Gunther was one of those guys that they go and hang out with a little while, but not in the inner circle. Like, they wouldn't take a bullet for Gunther. Right, let's do it. Set a chapter of the ship. Like a kick illegal narcotic stream. Thanks to Viceroy Amar's rescinded order, the hunt for the Central Theatre escapees comes to a temporary halt. Hello, Three Fuzz. To the crew's relief, the soldiers leave the area, although Hylac and Anisida aren't exactly thrilled by this development. Taking advantage of the huge turn of events, the captain and the others return to the main street in order to rendezvous with the rest of the crew. Where's our music? There we go. Where are our voices? Okay, we're good now, I think. Yeah, that's the kick. That's the kick up the ass. Three Fuzz needed. Chillest day at work today in like 8 years. Shit's about to blow next shit. I'm sorry to hear that, or I'm very happy for you. I'm not sure which. Maybe both. Like auto attack, like normal attack. Everyone has their shortcomings. I knew it was Catalina that didn't like bugs. Someone was trying to gaslight me and tell me it was Lyria that didn't like bugs. I knew it! Everyone chimes in to raise Selka's spirits. Sometimes I would rather blow than be present at a job. You would love this Twitch stream that K18 saw. After receiving many encouraging words, Selka's self-esteem seems to pick up. As they continue down the street, they bump into an unexpected person, and both sides freeze upon seeing each other. Ah! What are the chances? White Knight! Big yikes. Yeah, White Knight.
そう言われちまうと確かにそうだけどよ。
それよりあなたたちの方こそもう少し警戒をすべきです。マグメル島での騒動を不問とする件についてはハイラックがお話ししたそうです。
Yes, Bellico. The lobotomy corp abnormality in the collab with GRANBLUE Fantasy. You got it.
陛下からの言いつけがなければ僕はすぐにでもあなたを拘束しています。
The White Knight exhibits no intention to fight, but the discernible hostility in his words is enough for the captain to subconsciously reach for a weapon.
ニコは旅人、王国にとって2つの側面を持つか。イスタバイオン王国にとって吉兆を運ぶものなのか、それとも破壊者となるのか。あなたはこのイスタバイオン王国をどうする？
We're gonna burn it all to the ground. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not trying to do anything.
それならばなぜ陛下に迎合せずレジスタンスのような真似を。
No, it won't show any stats, Revoz, but it's 10% attack, 10% HP, and 10% charge bar for your Divine Generals. 10% starting charge bar for your Divine General, so you'll know if you have it as soon as you enter battle with a Divine General. Hello, Chi. The White Knight's brow grows deeper upon hearing the captain's answer.
あなたたちは一体何が目的なのですか？
That is 0.3 inches of pure pleasure, Boone.
オイラたちはイスタルシアに行くんだ。
A delicious
ど
morsel.
の空域にいようと変わんねえぜ。
イスタルシア。
彼のお父さんがイスタルシアでずっと待ってるんです。
Hearing this part of the captain's grand plan, the White Knight gives an understanding nod.
つまりは家族のため。
How do you do an understanding nod? Like that. Yeah.
そう言われりゃそうだな。親父さんに会いたい一心でここまで冒険してきたわけだし。
You have colourful stamps on each page. At least when I tried to do it yesterday, 3-4s, I couldn't even access that. So I just bought it. Maybe they've put it in now. Did you buy it from the shop? 3-4s, or did you grab it from somewhere? Because I was looking everywhere yesterday to figure out how to get the book without buying it, but ended up having to just buy it. Looking now. Originally, basically, the yeah, it is finished already. 3-4s. That's the point, right? In the original run of the event, you got the guidebook. You had the book, the what's it called? Stamp book, and you would get tasks every day to complete. And when you completed them all, you would unlock the wonder that you've just bought from the shop. So it's already completed. You don't have to do anything with it. It's already done. But in the rerun, they don't have that. You don't have the opportunity to fill out the book. Pay to win, yep. That has always been available in the shop. It was available when we started playing even. I was eyeing it before. And Umi said not to bother because it was going to rerun with the event. But unfortunately, when it did rerun, it didn't rerun with the book. Sadly. There's no way that she could have known that.
家族との約束。家族に託された思いは確かに大切ですね。
The White Knight clenches his powerful armored fist.
そうだ。僕は父上と母上に託されたんだ。我が一族の誇りを。そして 空域奪還と再興への悲願を僕は託された。見失うところだった。この願いを叶えるためなら僕は。
His eyes harbor a dark determination, one that is at odds with the purity his white armor represents. He's a virgin. Fucking loser. The White Knight speaks his candid opinion of the captain. The subject turns to the captain's father, and the playwright Repti. The White Knight speaks candidly to the captain.
目をそらしがたい不思議な魅力がある。
Now we're getting main character glazed.
こうして話をするのは初
He's
めて。
actually white knighting for us.
各地でたくさんの仲間を得たというのもうなずけます。これもやはりあの男の子供というのが何か関係しているのか。
そうだ、親父さんといえばシアターにレプティっていう劇作家がいるよな。あいつって一体
Repti's just a
何者なんだ？
perfectly normally well-adjusted
何か
person.
知ってたら教えてほしいんだけどよ。
何者とは。
レプティさんの書いたお芝居が彼のお父さんのお話にそっくりだったんです。
空かける勇士の伝説ですね。確かにあの話はあなたの父君の旅路が元になっている。しかしあれは啓蒙の一環として陛下が広めたものと思っていましたが、その劇作家は自分が書いた話だと確かに言ったのですか。
おう、あいつ確かに傑作って言ってたぜ。
元の話を舞台脚本の形にしたことを指して傑作と呼んだだけか。いや、それともまさか。
Pretty interesting re-seeing all these chapters after knowing the story. Yeah, I imagine so, because it certainly seemed that in PS the Astrals, a lot of the nights were very, very, very different. So a lot must happen between now and then. The White Knight shakes his head. It's a question that can't be answered as of yet. They changes the subject.
そういえばあなたたちは星の民ロキと面識がありますね。
はい。セルカちゃんを助け出す時も。
The bit that the like small arc that I did just before this was the school arc, and apparently it's right before they changed writers. Dear God, I couldn't stand it. I literally skipped it. I couldn't deal with it. It was so bad. Unbelievably bad. I couldn't believe it was main story. It felt like some seasonal event offshoot story. It was so bad. And people told me, apparently people had waited a year, like a year, more than a year for that set of chapters. I think I would have quit the game. I genuinely think I would have quit the game if it had taken them that long to make that as their next story offering. I'm sure there were other events and things in the meantime, but holy moly.
最初に会ったのはファータグランデだったし、思えば長い付き合いだよな。
I totally agree. Unless there is worse down the line. Like even this bit now, this feels like side story at best, but like it's actually like pretty readable and it makes sense what's going on and the characters are interesting and everything. The school chapters, I don't know, it felt like it was written by a totally different person that didn't have any kind of vision for the game. It was weird.
ロキは自分たちとは別にこのリバタリア島に星の民がいると言っていました。
それは三日星ちゃん以外にっていうことですか？
そうですね。自分と三日星以外にと言っていましたから。この件についてもし何か思い当たることがあれば。
Yeah, like I don't even think the payoff was anything important. I think you could have skipped the whole thing. The best part about that was probably not what was intended by the story at all for me. it got me thinking, like, damn, this is like the only school that I've seen in all of the skies. And the kids seem to be educated in a way. Like, is the True King actually that bad? He's like educating the people here. And they're not all completely ridiculously stupid. So it got me thinking, like, man, maybe the True King's not so bad.
その話、私もすっごく興味あるわ。詳しく聞かせてもらえないかしら。
Ah, that's who this guy is. Necessaria. Necessaria.
ネセサリアさん、それにミカちゃん
So
も。
weirdly, I don't know where his name came from, because the last time we saw him in main chapters, he was question mark, question mark, question mark. So I don't know where we learnt his name. I think. Oh no, wait, we did see him again. Yeah, we did see them again. Never mind.
もう、ネスでいい
No, we
って
did see them
言
once
ってるのに。みんな他人行儀なんだから。
when we were chasing down the Violet Knight.
ネセサリアに三日星。二人ともロキの気空団の一員か。
そういうあなたは白騎士さんね。思ってたよりハンサムだわ。
星の民とはいえ、三日星はまだ出自がはっきりしているが、このエルーン、ネセサリアは不自然なほど経歴が残っていなかった。
それよりさっきの話、どういうことかしら。この島に私たちも知らない星の民がいるっていうの？
ロキはそう言っていましたが。
The White Knight trails off while looking at Mikaboshi, hoping she'll fill in the blanks about the mystery astral, but she pouts instead.
わかんない。私まだ万全じゃないし。それに力は私の方が強くてもロキは変なところで鋭いから。
彼らの反応からするに、他の星の民の存在はロキにとってもイレギュラーだった。このリバタリア島に一体何が潜んでいるんだ。
A worst case scenario crosses his mind.
休養を思い出した。僕はこれで失礼する。
Something's come up. I need to water my dog. Take the car for a walk. The White Knight's cape billets behind him, and he speeds away.
あらつれない。必要の騎士様はやっぱり忙しいのかしらね。
っていうか、お前らはこんなとこで何やってんだ？
観光とショッピング。よその空域のコスメなんてそうそう手に入らないでしょ。
私はコロッセオで格闘技が見たかったのに。
だって一人でショッピングなんて寂しいじゃない。ツバイちゃんは音もなく消えてるし、筋肉バカは薬の小瓶を触っただけで壊しそうだし。まあ実のところ上からの指示でミカちゃんについても情報が必要なのよね。化粧品を物色しながらなら香水やファンデを試させるふりをして星の民の毒の耐性も調べられるし。
ロキも言ってたけど、それぞれ好きに楽しんでるって感じだな。
いいでしょ、もともとはみ出し者の集まりだもの。
私はよくない。
Well,
コスメとか言わ
it's
れても
not a
興味ないし。
well-oiled machine like our crew.
それに他にも星の民がいるなら私あんまり近づきたくないんだけど。
そういえばシアターの中に気になる
Meanwhile, we're there
が
just
あるって
cramming as many people onto a ship as we
その
can.
ことなんでしょうか。
シアターね。わかった。とりあえず私そっちのエリアには行かないようにしよう。
面倒事は誰だって嫌いだものね。
人の話を聞かないで無理やりショッピングに連れ回すやつと同じくらいにはね。
あらやだ、そんなのがいるの？きっとその人はとっても美人でおしゃれに違いないわ。
Sensing the sparks flying between Necessaria and Mikaboshi, Lyria tries to defuse the situation. Now, this should be good.
ミカちゃんは創世の御座イスタルシアって聞いたことありますか？私たちずっと 星の島イスタルシアだと思ってたんですけど、すっごく昔は創世の御座イスタルシアって呼ばれてたみたいで。
Mikaboshi tilts her head to the side, scouring her memories.
創世の御座イスタルシアについて研究してた時にどこかでその呼び方は見たかも。でもずいぶん古い伝説だし、最高神なんて手に負えそうになくて研究はすぐにやめちゃったけど。
With the facts beyond the reach of even the Astrals, the crew is reminded of just how far their goal really is. The crew part ways with Necessaria and Mikaboshi, find their remaining crew members, and return to the Grand Cipher. The captain and the crew reunite on the Grand Cipher to share their findings, with Alba and Selka joining in as well. Having concluded an initial investigation of Libertaria's 3 major districts, it's time for the crew to share their findings. Now that Alba knows everything about the crew, she's invited to join them aboard the Grand Cipher, along with Selka. A slightly mortified Catalina goes first, reporting her findings from the nightlife district.
私たちの調査した歓楽街エリアだが、残念ながらめぼしい情報はなかったな。というか、ポーカーやらビンゴやらに気づいたら参加させられていて、調査どころではなかったんだが。
Are you guys in gambling there?
木を隠すなら森の中ってな。賭けもしねえで引っ込みだけしてたら
Why does he have
目立っちまってしょうがねえ。ああいう場じゃまずは相手の警戒心を解くのが一番重要ってわけだ。
あの熱中ぶりにそんな意図があるようには見えなかったな。
百戦錬磨のギャンブラーたち相手に楽しんでるふりってな、ちーたばかし危ねえ橋だろ。本気で遊ばせてもらいはしたが、気になる話は聞いたぜ。感染エリアの方で青いスカーフの連中が連行されるのを見たって話なんだが。
Io and Rosetta follow up on Eugen's lead.
感染エリアにはコロセオの近くに留置所があったわ。連行された青の解放戦線の子たちはその留置所に入れられたと見て間違いなさそうね。
中を覗いたりできないか留置所の周りを調べたりもしたんだけど、捕まえた人を閉じ込めておく場所だけあって、でもあの留置所にいるのはあくまで一時的みたいで、こことは別にアマルティアみたいな島があってすぐそっちに連れてっちゃうんだって。
気空艇の出入りは監視してたが、青の解放戦線の奴らの船はまだ島を出ちゃいねえ。捕まえた奴らだけを移送するにしてもそれらしい船の動きはなかったぜ。
つまりセルカ以外の青の解放戦線の面々は助け出すならば別の島に連行されるよりも前、まさに。
As the conversation turns to the BLF, all eyes fall to Selka.
私は青の解放戦線のみんなを助けたいです。みんなを助けて謝らなきゃ。私がずっと嘘ついてたことだよな。そういうことなら。でもその
Despite the nerve-wracking effort it takes for Selka to speak in front of a crowd, she gathers her courage.
私お母さんともう一度お話がしたいです。
セルカ、あなたはあなたを生きて。レホスのことは私だけが背負うから。
お母さんからもう逃げたくない。お母さんとこのままで終わりたくない。伝えても変わらないかもしれない。そもそも私の話を聞いてくれないかもしれない。それでも私お母さんに言わなきゃいけないことがあるんです。
The crew is surprised by Selka's sudden assertiveness, but Catalina recovers quickly.
それはセルカ、君にしかできないことだな。
はい。
今シアターに近づくなって命令が出てるなら多少の無茶はするとしてだ。 青の解放戦線の奴らの救出とは同時並行で進めにはならな。どっちを先にやっても今度こそ軍に追われることになる。そうなっちまったらもうリバタリア島じゃ身動きが取れなくなっちまうからな。
ね。じゃあ役割分担なんてもう決まってるんじゃない？私とロゼッタとカタリナとオイゲンが留置所の方に行って。
Maybe you should stay in the detention center, you know, just to investigate.
シアタにいるでしょうし、団長さんとルリアちゃん、それに B 君とセルカちゃんがシアタへの突入ね。
どう転んでも最後には島からの脱出手段が必要だからな。俺は引き続きグランサイファーで待機ってわけだ。
With a strategy in place, Rackham addresses Alba, who's been listening
アル
quietly.
バって言ったってか？そこの嬢ちゃんはどうするんだ？あんたは俺たちみたいなお尋ね者の気空団でもなきゃ、セルカみたいなレジスタンスでもね、副王に見逃されてるところを改めて喧嘩売りに行くんだ。降りるなら今だぜ。
私は
Pausing for just a second, Alba responds with
行きま
self-assurance.
す。セルカちゃんと一緒に。それが多分今度こそ後悔しない道だと思うから。
だそうだが、どうする団長？
We'll all go.
ふつつか者ですがよろしくお願いします。
Each member's role has been decided, yet the one person who's most anxious is the one who made the request.
いいんですか？青の解放戦線のみんなを助けることも他どっちもすごく危ないことです。それに団長さんたちが直接関係あることでもないし、お母さんに会いに行くことなんて完全に私のわがままだし、私団長さんたちにもお兄ちゃんの名前を名乗っていいんですか？こんな私。
Noka can no longer hold in her fears. Catalina wipes away the girl's tears and responds in a soothing voice.
誰にでも時として必要になるものだと私は思う。正直であるというのは確かに美しい。それは理想の生き方だろう。しかし人と人が関わる以上、仮面を外し正直であり続けることは
masks
おそらく不
like
可能だ。
the masks in the region.
人は大なり小なり嘘をつく。そしてその嘘の大きさは嘘をついた本人のみが知ることだ。
何でもかんでも理想通りにはいかねえってことだな。船だってそうさ。外から見りゃ立派なもんでも中は継ぎはぎってのは珍しくね。それでも船にとって一番大事なのは仲間を乗せて飛び続けられるかどうかだ。見栄えや名前の問題じゃねえ。自分をどう名乗るかなんてその程度の問題なんじゃねえのか？
私の大事な人がね、昔のことですっごく悩んで、でもね、普段はそんな素振り全然見せなかったんだ。それを知った時、どうして相談してくれないのって最初はすごく悲しかった。でもまだ子供の私に心配させないようにしてたのかなって最近そう思うようになって。そしたらね、尊敬してた師匠のこともっとかっこいいと思えるようになったんだ。
語る資格が俺にあるのかは分からねえがよ。親子ってな、一筋縄じゃいかねえ関係だ。親と子であると同時にそれぞれが一人の人間だからな。子供の知らねえ親の一面も親の知らねえ子供の一面もそりゃ当たり前にあるってもんだけどな。それでも親子は親子だ。嫌おうが離れようがそりゃ変わらねえ。親子の間柄を修復しようってんなら娘を持つ一人の親として俺は何だって力を貸すぜ。
人に話すと楽になったり、
誰かに隣にいてほしい時は誰にだってあると思うわ。でも人は眠る時暗くて静かな場所を好むでしょ。孤独や秘密にしか救えないものも人の心にはあるんじゃないかしら。
Lyria holds out her hand to Selka, inviting the girl to take it. Or a cat walking in front of my screen.
セルカちゃん。セルカちゃんが小さくても一歩を踏み出したからみんなついてきてくれたんです。だから行きましょう。セルカちゃんのお母さんに会いに。
ありがとうみんな。
Taking hold of Lyria's hand, Selka prepares to move forward. Once again, the crew will be making another visit to Central Theatre. Inside the Central Theatre reception hall, Repti puts on the mask he receives from Amar and views her memories.
Naるほど。捕まえたもののただ放置し、逃げられれば追いもせず遠ざける。機械なる指示の意図とはかようなものでございましたか。
Repti wraps up his viewing of Amar's inner thoughts via her mask. He's quite intrigued.
実に素晴らしい。このような美しくもどしがたい間柄がまさかこうも近くに潜んでいたとは。これこそ我が輩の待ち望んだもの。ここまでの
あなたなんだか面白がってない？
まさか滅相もございません。副陛下の苦しみに我が輩深く共鳴し心を濡らしているところにございます。
本当に？
To check for herself, Amar casually reaches out to Repti's face to manifest a mask.
おっとおやめください陛下。我が輩の言葉だけでは信じられませんか？
そうね。口さ。
そのと。
Again, I find it interesting that I first saw this story just before I did the Limbus Intervallo, which was talking about canned experience, which is basically the same thing.
それを踏まえ、僭越ながら
Weird timing.
我が輩から提案がございます。副王陛下。
The stiff smile plastered on Repti's face stretches even further, his bombastic gestures playing with Amar's state of mind.
陛下にとってかの少女と彼女の行いは罪の象徴に他なる。驚かずとも結構。先に申し上げた通り、心など存外他者からの方がよく見えるもの。
Call the sinners that are left. I'm really curious for all the remaining cantos. I'm least interested in Otis's, but it's only because I feel like her canto is kind of already solved. Whatever, we're gonna see some interesting things there, but I feel like it's pretty cut and dried what we're gonna see, like in terms of the sort of end place, just wartime shit in it. It's a PTSD chapter. Mayaso I'm very interested in because I genuinely think it could be absolutely anything. There could be all sorts of weird shit going on there. And Faust, I think, like, although it will be interesting to see Faust, like I do think Faust is a little bit solved too. However, I think the Faust chapter may well be a lead-in to the rest of the story. Like, there's probably a lot of like overarching stuff in the Faust canto. We're going to teach us a lot about the world.
Yeah,
I'm sure it'll be references to all sorts of interesting characters, like all of the what are they called? LCB? LCB team? Whichever LC team it is. LCD, yeah, LCD team. There's probably a lot of stuff to do with those guys. And maybe many other characters. May well touch more on like Gregor and Herman as well. Like we may see all sorts of things going on. But yeah, I think like it's obvious that Faust being the last one, that's the kind of answer chapter where I'm sure a lot of answers will be given, but then a lot more questions will be raised as it transitions into the next set of Limbus story. So that's why I think the Faust chapter will be particularly interesting. Like Measo is the character that I'm most interested in finding out more about him, because he is such a blank slate. Like we know basically nothing about Measo. The last Intervallo taught us probably more than we knew completely. Yeah, he's basically a black box. Indeed, we just know absolutely nothing. So that's the one that I'm looking forward to the most in terms of character development, because it's going to literally teach us. It's kind of like Honglu. Like Honglu's Kanto. We knew fuck all about Honglu before we did his Kanto. Like absolutely nothing. Just he was from a family, he has a brother, and like we kind of got the idea of what his life might be like, maybe slightly, sort of, but like we had just absolutely nothing on him really. Yeah, because it's kind of the same as Measo, right? Like the personality that Measo fronts is probably nothing like Measo was like back way when. And it's really interesting with that character in particular, because almost all of his IDs are these very like passionate, flamboyant characters. So whatever happened to Measo in this mirror world, you know it's fucked up. You know it's fucked up. There ain't no way. Like something real fucked up happened to like somewhere along the line. Amar's voice wavers under the stress of trying to remain impartial.
そんなことが私が罪を償ってあの子をレホスから解放することが
陛下から許可をいただければ必ず
許可兵でも使うの
Measo's gonna have seen some shit. No doubt.
いえいえむしろ兵はこのシアターから遠ざけておきましょう当事者であるご息女にはここにたどり着いてもらわねばなりません
Yeah, thanks for being here, Quantum.
それよりリバタリア島の司法複合性小獣ゾートロープに干渉する
Hell yeah, Quantum.
副王である陛下ならば
Never forget we love you, despite how big or small your internet connection is.
あなた何者確かに島の複合性小獣は私の意志で権限させられるけど相手は性小獣よ
Finally dawns on Amar, who's been dealing with it. She unconsciously backs away.
あなたがロキの言っていた星の民なの
副王陛下
Rex is so weird, man.
罪を注ぐためご息女を解放する
It's alright, that means you don't have to like, you can imagine me to be more attractive than I actually am. Or you'd be like, damn, I bet he looks great when he isn't blurry.
使い物になるなら赤き地平からの手だって掴むわ
それでこそ今日まで使えた甲斐があったというものです。それでは始めましょうか。陛下とご息女にとっての最終幕、我が輩にとっての。
Repsy's declaration rings out throughout the room, his eyes devoid of any light or shadow. But when people are at their wits' end, they can easily fall for false hope. Doing the stories in your gachas. You are pretty behind. Come on, you got to knuckle down, mate. Right, guys, I got to take off. It's half day today as well. I'm slacking this week. I'm sorry, but I've got Clocktower to go to. My many millions of fans, you know, I hate to disappoint them. I'll be back tomorrow for a full stream, though. I think I'm doing this tomorrow. I think we're doing this. Let's see. Monday's this. Monday's GPF story. Tuesday's GBF story and Pathfinder. Wednesday's Zenless Zone Zero. Yeah, I don't know how much of the day that will span. Thursday's Wizardry. I'll be there. Thanks, Bean. Thanks, guys. Thursday's Wizardry and whatever they have to offer us. Hell yeah, I'm playing ZZZ on Wednesday. Mark it into your calendars, I guess. So yeah, Thursday's Wizardry and whatever the hell's going on there. And Friday's the start of Fire Week? Fire... Ah, shit. How long are these periods? Are they 5 days each? I don't know. I think it's the start of Fire. So then we need to farm out our Fire grid. And whatever time we've got left in that, we can do Story. And then it will be Unite and Fight. Unite and Fight starts on Sunday. Fire starts at reset. Oh, does it? Shit, is it Fire already? Oh, fuck. It's earlier than I thought it was. Oh, fuck. Maybe I should be doing Fire tomorrow then. I guess I'll be doing Fire tomorrow. There you go. We're set up. We're firing it tomorrow. Oh, yeah. It's 2 hours and 38 minutes in this period. It actually starts, like, later tonight. Oh, maybe I'll already be done with Fire by tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, Fire's actually tomorrow. That's kind of better. That means we're not so rushed. But I do still need to get through the story as well. Right, guys. Thanks for being here. I love you. Thanks, AccuBen. Thanks, Aquandom. Thanks, Breadstick. Thanks, Bean. Thanks, Bellico. Thanks, K18. Thanks, other people. I'm sure there are other people out there somewhere. Thanks for being here, whether you're talking or lurking or chilling. Thanks, Vinci. No. Like, CZZ is probably going to be... It's going to be me logging onto it. It's going to be me spending maybe a few hours on it. And I'm going to get disgusted by a piece of artwork that I see in it. And I'll instantly close it, uninstall it, and move on. I would guess. If I had to place money. Right, guys. Thank you. I love you. I appreciate all the support and everything. Thanks for coming and watching. And I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Good luck. Bye. See ya. Thanks, YouTube.